Boom. Hey, folks, how's everyone doing? I hope everyone's having a good day. It's been a bit of chaos here. so, yeah, it's been a bit wild. Did I change the fuses? Yes. We have a new boom. So, boom. I think I forgot to say boom. Um, yeah. So, status updates. House is still not yet livable. House is we're still working on it. Some people said I had almost no fuse. Okay. Might need to be a touch longer. I don't know. So house is still not livable, but I bought a bed. I don't yet have a place to put the bed, but I bought a bed. So yeah, the what do you call it? So that'll be exciting. I got to get the everything cleaned up and sorted, and then I can put in a bed. So if people are wondering, oh, what is he talking about? I had a flood. The basement flooded, and that was where my room was. Also, this is not the big announcement. I've been saying I hope there'll be a big announcement soon. This is not the big announcement. But I did get something in the mail, and we can open it together here. A little bit of a mail call here. You'll note that you might have already seen what it is, but I'm still going to carve my way into this so I can show you guys. I really should have set this as a goal. I didn't. I was not bright. All right. So this is just unwrapping here. There's a lot of plastic on this. So just wrap the heck out of it. So here we go. This just arrived here, and I'm just trying to. I've got one of my least effective knives in all the house. All right, plastic. Ta-da! So, what is it? Extra Life sent me the 2025 plaque. I have to put that up on the wall at some point, but yeah. Maybe at some point I will have a place to put these, and I can hopefully add the 2026 one up fairly soon. But it says, congrats on being a top fundraiser for Extra Life in 2025. So, yeah. All right. So we got a few things on the agenda. Well, really, we've got two things on the agenda. The first is the Lindsay Clancy case. And I don't know if I'm going to be covering this one as an ongoing thing. The reason why I say that, Stephanie back with a good question. How much did you raise? In 2025, we raised over 100,000 US dollars. We're hoping to do that again in 2026. The goal is about 118,000, because if we hit that goal, it'll take me to 500,000 US lifetime raised for the children's hospital. So, yeah. Anyway, as I was saying, I don't know that I'll be following the Clancy case as it goes on. I haven't decided yet. Part of that is because I'm still dealing with flooding stuff, and we'll have to see what all that does for my time. And also, this one is gonna be kind of miserable. It's gonna be kind of a today pissed me off. So yeah. Can you at least cover Ian Whiffin's testimony? Ooh, is he testifying in this one too? Then maybe. All right, let's set a goal here. I've got to set up a goal. We're just going to do that. Goal number 1 will be Runkle have a drink. We're not going to do a whole lot of those goals today because I am not where Mrs. Runkle is. So what do you call it? After this, I have to drive. So we're going to have we're going to sort of have different goals there. All right. Let's cover some super chats before we get too deep in. Honk Banana No, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Donnie Not Wahlberg, thank you. The heart emoji or heart symbol there. And thank you for the gifted membership. Honk Banana No says the house feels really empty without my paw nerd tonight. Trying to cope with not having her here, but it's hard. I miss her a lot. I'm sorry, Honk. That is difficult. And you guys, I'm sorry YouTube wouldn't let me post the follow-up. Paw nerd is fine. Oh, good. She's staying at Kennel overnight, just a vacation. I'm sorry. Oh, good, because I was worried it was the other thing. Zora and Potter are with the in-laws, so they're not here. I can't like throw them treats or anything, but yeah. Are you not staying in your house? No. I am at the house today specifically for the purpose of doing this live stream. I might bring my camera and all of that and try to do things from the road or from the in-laws. I don't know. We'll have to see. None left. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. And Misbehaving 19, congratulations on the extra life plaque. Thank you so much. Although I don't really know what to do with my plaques. At some point, I might have what is it? At some point, I might have a new studio, but that's a ways out. If I get a new studio, I'll probably put out plaque stuff. Do you have a time frame? No. Thursday, I've got somebody coming over to help clean. And so they'll be helping, like, because the stuff that came in was all like silty and muddy. And so it ended up, what do you call it? It ended up like getting everywhere. They're going to help, deal with that. We also need somebody. They're also hopefully coming on Thursday to look at the hot water heater and to check if the furnace is working, because right now there's no hot water here, and there is I don't know if the furnace is working. So all of that has to be done, and we need a bed. So basically, if we've got hot water and bed and sufficiently clean that we're not like miserable, then that'll be good enough. And then after that, we'll figure things out from there. So yeah, that's kind of that. There is there's a big announcement that I think is coming. Hopefully tomorrow I'll have a big announcement, but I don't know if I can stream it. So yeah, we have the fridge. The fridge is working. So, all right. No, we ordered it. We went in person. We laid down on mattresses, and yeah. You don't need to heat hot water, Mr. Runkle. We need it. Yeah. All right. So let's start off with looking at Kohberger. Kohberger is appealing, and not like in that way, because he is definitely not appealing as a human being, but he is appealing his conviction, which resulted from his guilty plea. So yeah, that's always a tough battle. It's really hard to appeal from a guilty plea, and it really requires certain sort of specialized arguments. There's only a limited number of arguments that will work for this. And yeah, I can't tell you the announcement until it's like finalized. Once the announcement is firm and everything is signed and sealed and delivered, then I will tell you the announcement. But I can't tell you before then. So soon. All right. Let's have a look here. So here we go. We're just going to put me in the corner. And this is the affidavits of facts in support of post-conviction petition. And yeah. So Brian C. Kohberger, being first duly sworn on oath, deposes and says, "It is hereby declared that during attorney-client discussions, most of which included all members of Brian C. Kohberger's immediate family, petitioner was convinced to falsely confess to capital murder and felony burglary by coercion, disinformation, false promises, and the withholding of exculpatory discovery. The following is material to the inception of the plea." Okay, so let's start off with discussing all of this. So what he's actually saying here is he's making an ineffective assistance of counsel argument. He is arguing that this is the wrong shirt for this. I am getting all manner of, what do you call it? Moire effect. So I might have to change my shirt real quick. So Kohberger is basically alleging ineffective assistance of counsel. And ineffective assistance of counsel is a very difficult, it's a very difficult argument to make, and it's a very dangerous argument to make. And the reason why I say it's a very dangerous argument to make is that once you argue ineffective assistance of counsel, well, you're actually putting what you and your lawyer discussed into, at issue. It is very, very difficult to make an ineffective assistance of counsel argument without waiving privilege. And so once he waives privilege, his lawyer ends up being a witness to all of this. So what's likely is that his lawyer gets brought in and gets asked, like, "Hey, did you coerce Mr. Kohberger? Did Mr. Kohberger seem to understand what is going on? Did Mr. Kohberger seem to, and this is really dangerous because they can get into, like, why did he decide to plead guilty? And they'll be like, well, because the evidence was overwhelming and he indicated that he did it. Cool. Yeah. Whoops. It's a bit of a problem. The other thing he's stating here is he's saying that these attorney-client discussions included his immediate family. And that is a really stupid thing to put into an affidavit. And the reason why it's a stupid thing to put into an affidavit is that solicitor-client privilege requires that the discussion happen in private. And so if you have discussions where you bring in third parties, then you may not have any privilege on that at all. It might be that there just never was any privilege. And so in theory, if there is a new trial, they can subpoena those family members, bring them in, get them to talk about what happened in those secret meetings with the lawyer, and suddenly all of that stuff is on the table to be used as evidence. Whoops. So this might be the case of fuck versus up. And I see people citing to takesies v backsies. it's beyond takesies v backsies. I think this is just fuck v up. So this is just going to be chaotic. So he notes the following is material to the inception of the plea. 1. Counsel's failure to inform petitioner of exculpatory discovery received during plea discussions, namely clumps of unknown hair found in Ethan Chapin's hands, as well as a failure of further inquiry. Now, I find that to be interesting because if, like, clumps of unknown hair found in the guy's hands, whose hair would that be? So that's interesting, as well as a failure of further inquiry. 2, petitioner was convinced that actual guilt was not an important factor in considering plea acceptance. Death row was imminent, and advised to lie, petitioner was to gain a legal victory in entering a false plea. 3, a gross misrepresentation of and promises regarding what a life sentence would immediately afford petitioner, and a gross misrepresentation of death row in Idaho, including an elaborate, fabricated story of counsel's horrific experiences touring an actual 8x8. And then we just have to switch pages here. Death row cell, all communicated to petitioner and his families, allegedly by IDOC through counsel, thus constituting threats and promises made to induce a plea agreement. Further, your affiant saith not, Brian C. Kohberger. So Kohberger thinks he is going to be able to get out of this. And he's like, well, I don't want, he's like, I don't know what it was that he was expecting to, I don't know what it was he was expecting out of a life sentence. But he's like, I didn't get the things I was expecting out of my life sentence. It's like, what were you told that this would be? Were you told that this would be, all candy and roses? Because that's not really how that goes. So, I mean, I just don't know what, so he's asking for a new trial. He wants to undo his guilty plea. And quite frankly, I just don't see it happening. I don't think it's going to go anywhere, but it might go anywhere in the sense of just going badly. It might be that it makes things worse. People who saw them regularly. But I don't think it's going to make anything any better, if that makes sense. But Kohberger is not liking prison, and that's fine. I mean, that's what prison is for. Now, I am just going to tweak my video for a second, so I'm just going to drop out of the video for just a moment. We're going to do that. You're going to be like, wait, what are you doing, Runkle? I'm trying to un-black bar myself. I see people commenting on it, and yeah. So give me a second here. We're just trying to fix that. And start virtual camera. Yay! Okay, we've removed the bars. We're now out of black bar jail. All right. Granny Debbie says, anyone know what happened to Rob? Well, I kind of do. I mean, I saw Rob like 2 weeks ago. So I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to my Twitter, but so Rob and I went and we got to hang out. We got to spend a few days together. It was awesome. Got to meet the rest of the family there. Mischief manager, the Mischiefs. So yeah. Rob is doing all right. Rob is just dealing with life. And so, yeah. Somebody says, why do I need to change my shirt? Because it does this. I don't know if you could see it when I'm in big in mode, but there's a weird visual effect when you have little stripes called moire. And so, yeah. All right. So Kohberger seriously does not like prison. He's not happy with the fact that he's got life in prison. He thought it was going to be nicer. And for Kohberger, I have a very small violin. Now, you know who else isn't liking prison at all? The Tates. Andrew and Tristan Tate are in they're in a cell right now, and they are complaining. They are saying that they're getting dirty water. They're saying that they're not getting fed. And I don't think that the Tates are believable when they say these things. I mean, if it was actually that I believed that they weren't getting water, weren't getting food, weren't getting anything, I would be like, okay, that should interrupt. But I don't believe that. I just think that they're probably in sort of restrictive custody because they're accused of CSAM. Like, they're accused of cheese pizza. So based on that, they are probably in restrictive custody so that they don't get stabbied. And yeah. So this violin is not suitable for my feelings about the Tates because it's just too big. I somehow need an even smaller violin to deal with the Tates. But yeah, where did they finally get them? The Tates got arrested in Florida. So they arrived in Florida. They were tweeting, and they were tweeting out like, "We dare them to arrest me," and then they got arrested. Which tends to be what happens when you're like, "I dare you to arrest me." They're like, "Okay, I game on, done." All right, we are at 3 out of 10 on this goal, and we have 13 minutes left, so we are not doing great on the goals. All right, so let's look at the Tates, or not the Tates, the Clancy case. Different thing. So the Clancy case is interesting because this is a case about whether or not she is going to be found not guilty by reason of insanity. So it's an insanity plea, which still has to be decided by a jury. But that means it's kind of interesting because at the outset, she admits doing it, right? She's just like, yeah, I did these things. And the things are horrible. The things are really awful. She killed her 3 kids. So it's real awful. Oh, people want to swoop. We can swoop. What's a good swoop? Here's a swoop. So, this is a really, really tragic case. And so really what it comes down to is at the end of this case, no matter what happens, Lindsay Clancy is not getting released, right? She's not getting let out into the public. At the end of this, she doesn't go, and it's not like, off you go. Hope you have a great time. Let's go party. That's not what happens. If she is successful at this, if she gets what she's asking for, she goes to a mental hospital. And she goes to a mental hospital until they are until they've determined that A, she's not a danger, and B, that she is that it's not going to recur, right? That even if it's temporary, you still they still have to be sure that it's not going to happen again. And, that is a pretty difficult thing. So, that's what her position is she's like, I want to be locked up in a mental hospital indefinitely until they determine that I am better. What the prosecution wants is send her to jail forever. Like just forever. And I don't know. It's a really tragic case. And I get that this is going to be contentious, right? This is going to be seriously contentious. So let's all be kind to each other. I'm going to have opinions. You can be less kind to me. And when I say less kind to me, you can disagree with me. Like, that's fine. Don't troll, because trolling just ruins everybody's thing, but also be nice to each other. People can disagree about this one. This is one of those cases where reasonable minds can differ in a big way. And so just because somebody has a different take on it, please don't be rude or nasty to them. Okay. And I'm also just going to pull this up right away here. And that is to do this. Controlled chaos ensues. I've been with you since the Depp trial. You are an incredible human, and I'm so thankful I found you. You helped me through some tough times, and I finally have some extra cash to send you her way. Have a drink. Controlled chaos, thank you so much, and I'm glad things are looking up. I've had some tough times myself, so I know tough times can be a difficult sort of scenario. I'm not sure what kind of tough times, but I'm glad things are looking up here. All right, so let's. Oh wait, I have to pull it up, and we're gonna watch the openings. Normally, when I do recaps, I watch the openings in their entirety, and the reason why is I think openings and closings are important, and so we're gonna watch the opening. We're gonna watch the. We're going to watch the defense opening, and then we're going to watch some what I think are key bits of the first witness. Now, the first witness is Patrick Clancy, the dad. So, yeah. Honest question, does Big Pharma have a voice in the ear of Commonwealth? I don't think so, but yeah. Some trigger warnings. Yeah, fair enough. We can do this. So please use discretion. So, yep. And yes, this is in Massachusetts. So Massachusetts is awful, like truly awful, because every case that seems to come out of Massachusetts is fucked up somehow. So, yeah.
People who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them. Whoop. Callan was.
Can you guys hear this? Is the audio good? Yes.
Cora. She had just turned 5.
Okay.
Today, then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Okay, we got to go to the start of this, and now I could use some more audio. I don't know if you guys can. Subtitles are not available at the moment, so we're gonna juice up the audio a bit just so we can hear it a little better. All right, here we go.
All right. As the week goes on, then I'll address you about how it looks for the next week. All right, and we'll try as best we can to keep you up to date in regards to the schedule and also the progress that we're making on this case. All right, so that's pretty much what I wanted to address you in this pre-charge. These instructions are very preliminary. They're intended, as I said, just to acquaint you with the procedure and the framework of how this case is going to go forward. I'm going to talk to you later on in the trial in a much more detailed explanation of what the law is and what your obligations are. But I know that you're going to try this case according to the oath that we talked about that you took as jurors, where you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the defendant and the Commonwealth according to the evidence in the law. If you follow that oath and try this case without fear or prejudice or bias or sympathy, you'll arrive at a true and just verdict. I'm confident of that. And also, have confidence in yourself. All right? You can do this. The lawyers and I asked a number of questions, and
I like that little bit of the jury instruction there. He's like, have confidence. You can do this. I'm like, all right. Okay, I can get behind that. All right.
all decided and chose that you would be the people who could make this decision. So everyone has confidence in you. You should have confidence in yourself in regards to sitting on this jury and delivering the just verdict on this. So at this point, I'm going to now see if the Commonwealth is prepared to give their opening statements. Commonwealth? Ms. Buckingham? Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cora. She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning that her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. Dawson. He was 3, a boy's boy. He was a bit rambunctious, but funny, full of energy. He loved trucks, construction trucks, fire trucks, and he spoke with a raspy little voice. Callan. Callan was just 8 months old. Always smiling with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled.
Okay, that is a pretty powerful line. It's a good line. I gotta give credit on that. But I kind of hate that the opening is really about it's about a sympathy play. And I don't know. This is gonna be rough because she clearly is somebody who is remorseful, is upset by this, and you can see her crying, right? And yeah.
Deliberately and meticulously killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them. They're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what they discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor. You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Law enforcement, firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2020.
By the way, this is a common sort of, thing is like, we have so many witnesses. Well, it doesn't matter how many witnesses you have. It matters whether you prove things beyond a reasonable doubt. And one of the things that they are hitting on here, hinging on, is they're saying, look, we have people who saw her the day of, and she didn't look crazy. She didn't look like she was able to talk to people. She was able to take selfies. She was able to all of these things. And the thing is that's not really how mental illness works, because there's plenty of mental illnesses, including ones that rise to the level of insanity pleas, that that don't look like it, particularly where you've got people who have what you would call like command hallucinations, this kind of thing. So, and I'll give an example here. When I was in undergrad, and we hit the goal, so I have a very dirty martini. And in undergrad, I took a class in abnormal psychology. That's literally what it was called, abnormal psychology. And so abnormal psychology covered all sorts of things like, schizophrenia, personality disorders, so forth. But for the assignment for that class, you had one of two options. Option number one, 60-page research paper. Yeah. Option number two, research or a paper that would be about 10 pages long, but required you to go to a mental hospital, and you had to volunteer at the mental hospital. And by volunteer, I don't mean check yourself in. Literally all it was that you go in and you hang out with people. You provide them with some socialization and some, some company, because most of these people don't have family members who visit them. And so you go and you just chat with them for a bit. And then at the end of it, you had to write a 10-page thing, doing a diagnosis. You basically had to say, here's who I was talking to, here are their symptoms, here are whatever. Now, they initially assigned me to this woman who seemed very pleasant, very, but she did not really want to talk to us. She was like, I just want to be left alone. And it's like, okay. So, we hung out and so forth. And, she eventually sort of opened up a little bit. And, we had a conversation, and she seemed absolutely normal. But she didn't get out of her chair. She just stayed in her chair and just, talked. And she seemed 100% just like a normal person. And the next day we went in and they're like, we have to move you to a different person. It's like, oh, why? And it's like, yeah, she is in, sort of the more restrictive cells now. And it's like, oh, why is that? And it's like, because she tried to kill one of the orderlies. And it's like, oh, okay. All right. So I wasn't there when it happened, obviously, but basically, apparently what happened is that one of the orderlies was there, his back was turned, and she broke a glass and tried to stick him with the broken glass. Just so I can tell you, I certainly did not see she was gonna stab people when I was talking to her. But I found out a little bit more about that person, which is basically that because she gets hallucinations that say hurt people, they keep her medicated to the point where she can't stand up. And if she stands up, if she can get out of her chair, they freak out. Why do they have glass? They have glass. This was a fairly low restriction thing. Was that at Riverview? Yes, Riverview is now closed, but it was at Riverview at the time. They had glass drinking glasses. They got like actual cutlery, but they are monitored and so forth. But you can't necessarily assume that just because somebody seems normal, because they are able to do very basic things, that they are in any way okay. Depression, when depression gets bad enough, can come with psychosis. And when it comes with psychosis, it can be pretty serious stuff. So, yeah. Anyway,
23. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence, and during the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023, it had recently snowed. It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson...
Snow has entered the discussion. Please tell me we're not going to have 17 witnesses on snow.
usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury, but they didn't attend on Tuesdays. So on this day, they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup. And so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. Defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal.
Now, you notice how she says defendant. Prosecutors will often avoid naming the defendant. And the reason why is because they just want them to be an abstract thing that you punish. Whereas I will often name my client. Like when my client is up, I'm like, I'll speak to them with their, I'll speak to them by, their first, I'll refer to them by their first name. Runkle, do you understand Canadian French language? Can you speak it? Je peux parler français un petit peu, mais pas tellement bien. I can understand it with difficulty. It gets easier when I've been in that for a while because I'm in English all the time. And after about a few days, my brain can switch over and start thinking in French. So
you'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed himself that day and he was jumping for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text of Cora and her little Johnny and mask to Patrick.
So the suggestion here is basically she can't be that, that mentally ill because she's able to send texts. And it's like, okay, what? Is there a difference between Canadian French and French? Oh my God, yes. So like France French sounds super snooty if you are in Quebec. Like it sounds super hoity-toity. Quebec French, I am sorry for the Quebecois in the audience. If you go to France and you speak Quebecois French, they look at you like you just spoke with like down south, like deep Alabama drawl. And the reason for that is actually kind of an interesting thing, which is that Quebec French is actually truer French. Quebecois French has changed less over the years than Paris French and France French. So Quebecois French is closer to like traditional old school French. but man, it can sound a little rough and tumble. Also, nobody swears like the Quebecois. The Quebecois are absolutely the kings of swearing. Like, and it's like Quebecois, and then people who are mentally ill. People who are mentally ill can swear like you have no idea. But yeah.
When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he was working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal. You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched takeout free V, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get from their house to the 3V restaurant in Plymouth.
Holy shit, she can't actually be mentally ill because she's able to Google takeout. And I'm just going to say, there are lots of people who are depressed who are able to use like takeout because they just don't have the energy to cook. So, yeah, I don't like this.
She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialax or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the Pedialax. So she called CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3V is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner, it was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V, and he's going to stop at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows that Patrick has to stop at CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds to wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they are dead. She leaves the band.
So part of the prosecution's theory that they're developing here appears to be that she specifically sent him to a further away takeout spot so that she'd have the time to do this. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm buying that, but okay.
Wrapped around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife, and then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers. She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down. It's eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, No answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone. No answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling. At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone with 911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, "I need to find my kids." He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says, "She killed the kids." Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile, but first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity. Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died 3 days later on January 27th.
So you'll notice that she very much skims over the injuries sustained by Ms. Clancy in this, and I should take down that chat. But, you know, she's spending a lot of time telling us what happened, but she's going to spend very little on what actually, on the prosecution's theory here. So
the defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck. She is paralyzed. We expect during the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice.
Okay, that was a pretty good way of doing that, because they're not saying, "Oh, she's a liar," whatever, but it is like which version of events. So it does drop the "she's a liar" without, so that was effective. I didn't hate that turn of phrase. I thought that was the kind of thing that is effective.
A male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from the so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of her statements about this voice. You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her, and the details of when this voice spoke to her. Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the Lindsay Clancy that sits before you today. This case is about the Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023.
That is accurate, and this is more of a defense argument. Okay.
At the time of the crimes, this was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You'll see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day.
none of the things she said about, about this are actually evidence of not psychotic, because you can be fully psychotic and do all of those things. Like, people with hallucinations, especially people with very distressing hallucinations, often don't tell people about them. And so they may look very normal where they're sitting there. Friend of mine who I work with is schizophrenic and gets very distressing voices and so forth, which she ignores because her medication allows her to know that those are voices, but she doesn't generally tell people what the voices are doing or saying at any given moment, because it tends to make people uncomfortable. And most people don't like being thought of as crazy. So, okay.
Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the classic overachiever in school, in her personal life, in her nursing career. She was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy that's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully. Sleep was scheduled to the minute. And at the time after Callan was born, her last baby,
most people's schedules, sleep was scheduled to the minute. Yeah, if you have a schedule, it's probably measured in minutes. Child goes to sleep, 45-minute nap. Yeah, okay, measured to the minute. This kind of rhetoric just annoys the fuck out of me because it sounds like something, but if you actually think about it, it actually means precisely nothing. Right? When I set my alarm to wake me up in the morning, my alarm is measured to the minute. And sure, it'll be something like, okay, alarm for 6:45 or whatever. But that is to the minute. Yeah.
Family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard. It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to bond with her kids. And in efforts to maintain control, she withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it, and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system treats women. This case is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose.
Okay, yes, that is great. She's got better access to doctors. She's got money. Basically, she's telling the jury, she's got money. Don't be sympathetic. She's wealthier than you. But that doesn't mean that necessarily solves the problem, right? There isn't an amount of money that necessarily fixes mental health problems.
To deal with her mental health issues in the worst way. She chose to manipulate her providers, seek out the quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious. And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan. After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her. Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear, the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence.
That is true.
It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law. Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with deliberate premeditation, and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders.
They're like, if she was, they're like, she can't plan, she can't engage in planning and be not guilty by reason of insanity. That is not a good argument, because so let me give you some examples of how insanity pleas work. You have to be in a position where you either can't appreciate right versus wrong at all, enough, or where you can't moderate your actions within that. So if you've got somebody who, for instance, is acting, on automatism or the like, or you can have somebody who is suffering from delusions such that that their behavior would be justified if their delusions were true. And so, as an example of that, imagine that you suddenly developed, delusions that your neighbor was an alien invader and was going to kill you, was going to kill everyone around you, and the only way to stop them from doing this was to kill them first. Well, if those delusions were true, then that might justify killing them, right? It might actually provide a justification. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to plan things, you're not going to whatever else. The other thing is, like, her argument appears to be command hallucinations, which, when people have them, can be very powerful and can feel like overriding and feel like they are things that cannot be resisted. I have seen people who have injuries from command hallucinations telling them to do things like touch the stove. And they're sitting there like holding their hand on a hot stove because their brain says you got to do this. And, they end up with like permanent scars. So, I don't know. I want to see better from this.
She maintained the ability to control her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences. At the conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Reddington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do. Your Honor, I might use the easel, may I place it in front of the TV screen so that the jurors are able to? Yes. Thank you.
By the way, the audio in this trial is fucking awful. You hear like there's ringing noises, there's scraping noises, there's all sorts of weird things, and I can't do anything about them. But like, how is it that they keep filming these trials with these weird freaking noises?
You know, normally, we thank jurors for time away from your life, your jobs, your family, coming to court, listening to a trial. Certainly.
All right, I guess on balance, I mean, I saw people talking about how her opening was like amazing and so forth, and I didn't find her opening amazing. I found it okaying. And that might be because I have a psych background, and so I have a different view of things. And to me, it seemed like she was trying to play on ignorance and stereotypes around mental illness rather than actually like engaging with that. And I don't like it when I feel like the prosecutor is, I don't like it when I feel like the prosecutor is being shady and is trying to mislead, because that's really what it feels like. It feels like, and I don't know that that's what she's doing. She might actually just not be up to date with all of this, but it feels like, she's trying to portray mental illness as though it's gotta be this one way, and that's not actually how it often is. And so I don't know if it's that she doesn't know this or if it's that she knows it and is just hoping the jury holds those stereotypes. And I'm like, I really don't want to see a situation where somebody gets convicted and goes to jail for the rest of time based on mental illness stereotypes. I mean, if she loses based on like a fair argument and all of that, okay. But I don't like, I didn't like it on that basis. There were parts of it I thought were really good. And there were parts of it I was just like, oh, really?
The service that's provided by you as citizens, but in this case, God bless you. You people.
Oh, why are they doing you people? Don't do you people. Never do you people. And I mean, I get it. It's not, he's not trying to do it in an insulting way, but it's really hard for you people not to feel insulting. So, yeah.
Are going to have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things. And jurors, it's a beautiful system. You pass between, as you heard Don Clerk say, you probably don't remember it, but it's old language. It goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government then. And she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time, your common sense. You bring your life experience to this trial. You render a verdict. And as jurors, experience is, take the job very, very, very seriously. You people will never forget this case.
I don't like you people. As a this is actually way better. Normalize using y'all, for the love of God. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, works well. Or just you. You works better than you people. You know, you have a very difficult, and you is better than you people because you feels closer. It feels, you people is a distancing statement, and it really, you don't want to distance yourself from the jury. But if you say you have a very difficult job ahead of you because you are going to have to grapple with some of the ugliest, you know, stuff in you is fine. Y'all is fine. You people sounds kind of like fuck you. And I don't like that. So I don't like the you people. I like what he's saying, but I don't like the you people.
And thank you for that service. The government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is.
I didn't like his phrasing here, but I like his... Okay, I'm going to break this down a little bit.
Referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis.
That part sucked. The bit where he's like, not a referendum on women having babies and like postpartum psychosis. I'm like, that part sucks. This part is good.
It's postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is.
I love the it sure as hell is. Like, that part is great. The phrasing there could have done with some work. He could have been like, the prosecution says that this isn't a referendum on postpartum psychosis and the difficulties women go through when they have, you know, children. But it sure as hell is. There you go. Now, the thing is that is objectionable, but they're not objecting because you rarely do. But it does open that.
Because you're going to hear consistent.
I don't mind cursing, but you have to be careful. You have to know your jury. And I mean, when I say cursing, I mean soft cursing. Hell, damn. But like, you don't want to go into like, you know, the F word or the C word or anything like that, right? You don't want to be like, yeah, that prosecutor, she's a real C word. Like, that would not go well. Don't do that. But hell doesn't bother me that much.
With what His Honor told you in the instructions. Consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew when he brought this charge that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she killed these children. We'll sit here, listen to their evidence. But I suggest to you that the issue for consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was.
I like that he's got some fire. This guy is. Now, I'm just going to say nothing about this argument actually means anything. He's like, they brought this case and they're being real mean to my client. Well, no shit. That's what they do. Like, okay, that's how that goes. Yep, they're being mean to your client. But I like that he's got some fire. I like that he gives a shit. So yeah.
A person that in school Had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade. High school, college, nursing school. You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of in high school, she was a high achiever, gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You're going to hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit.
You know how many 5Ks I can run? 0.
Life was such that she watched what she ate, watched what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life and what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily, you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life. They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married, bought a nice house. And, you know, people will say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house, you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have a video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, the video, the animated display, we have to get on a bus and go take a ride and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, that it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there with their 3 kids.
I love that as well. The thing about, like, okay, they're going to show you this house. They haven't been living there. Somebody else lives there now. You're going to be seeing somebody else's house. So what the fuck does this matter? Honestly, I don't know that I would have allowed the view on that. So, yeah, I set up a new goal for telling about the mattress shopping, because mattress shopping was an adventure, but yeah.
But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room, there are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room.
This, I also like that he owns that. He's like, I'm so old, I don't know who these cartoon characters are. I'm not going to pretend that I'm young and hip and with it. But there were cartoon characters everywhere. So what he's arguing here is saying, look, it's not that she was tired of her life. It's not that she was tired of, you know, that she didn't like having kids. She loved having kids. Look at all the stuff she's doing. She's loving all of this. So, yeah.
It's a large thing for the baby to be in, and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you'll be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys, the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police, the armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the victim witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses and people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have 2 young people that were living this life, that were working, and Patrick, not because of COVID, not because of he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through. He was there. He lived it.
I mean, to be fair, most people want to work from home if they can, because it's like, oh, he's only, he's only working in the basement because she's going through all this. I'm like, that's probably part of it, but I'm also guessing the other part of it is that, working from home is better. So, yeah.
And he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught and placed in a position of horror in this courtroom. But he will testify to what they went through as a husband and a wife, the wife being pregnant. They had 3 kids. After the second child, she had postpartum. You're going to hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that can lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant, you don't put them on Zoloft, you don't put them on what's called an SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctor.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that. If you've got somebody who is bipolar, the reason why, like, a lot of like SSRIs don't work well for them. And now his thing about you don't do that is not accurate, because they do that. They do it all the time, but you have to monitor the fuck out of it. And you have to be careful, and you have to like really nuance it and so forth. And the reason why is because if you've got people who are bipolar, what you can have is they're in the depression, you hit them with the SSRI, they spring up into mania, they are on mania, and they crash into an even deeper depression. So, you got to be careful, because if you've got like pure depression, it's kind of like you've got, a rock and you're adding balloons to it to try to float it, right? Whereas if you're, if you're dealing with bipolar, it's more like you're trying to add weights to a, a balance beam, and you're trying to make sure that it ends up correct. Whereas it can be, you can easily flip it over. It can be a problem. So his statement about you don't do this, you don't put people on SSRIs, is not entirely accurate, but you don't just do it casually. You do it very, very carefully. This is like, how much fire do you need to take out the spider in your kitchen kind of thing.
Practice. It was in September of 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy. Lovely little family.
Now that hissy ringing noise, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Yeah.
September, things went sideways. And she looked for, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say in their opening, and remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point to different aspects of the case to show consciousness of guilt, that show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times you heard she faked the suicide? Faked the suicide. Little cuts, dinky little cuts, scratches, you'll hear, stated in the opening statement or the time of the arraignment. That she asked for a lawyer. That's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was in her bedroom after the horrific act in the basement. And that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of a full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the kitchen that she had taken, and when she took the knife, she cut her throat in front of the mirror. This is no fake suicide. This is her when she was brought to the hospital. When she was in the hospital.
Now, 2 things here. 1, damn. 2, I mean, I'm surprised they're showing this picture. But I mean, she's pretty messed up in that picture, right? And it is rare that the defense is like showing the hospital photos. But there they are. So yeah.
That's what her appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life. Big suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck.
Yeah, sorry, folks. They are going to show some pretty awful pictures, but yeah.
Photograph taken of her wrist, showing the split in the skin.
So I'm just going to say, a lot of the time when people do unalive themselves, because we're on YouTube and they freak out about words, what you'll often see are what are called, and again, apologies, this is a sensitive topic, but you'll see what are called hesitation marks. And what those basically are is you've got people who are, they're cutting themselves, but as they do, it fucking hurts. And so when it hurts, they stop, because it actually takes a lot of willpower to hurt yourself. And so, people don't cut deeply enough. They don't cut, because it's hard. And, so those don't look like somebody who's faking it to me. But yeah.
Photograph showing, you'll see evidence of this, the bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood. The knife next to the cup. Sadly, a gift saying because kids. You see the white
That's, yeah.
residue inside the cup. That's where the pills were crushed up with leftover lemonade from the night before when she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids. See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for months.
Laura, yes, I'll give you a verbal thing
More
when they're done showing
photographs
pictures.
of the injuries to her neck. And then, in the course of the fake suicide speculation by the police, you'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and, like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence that she flung and threw herself out the window, striking her head on the ground, full ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine, shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. And the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence, is not consistent with a fake suicide by any means. Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when he got thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool, as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom. She's paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids. And she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. The Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight, into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room and the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines, humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what? Anyone could guess. Guarding.
Okay, I'm just going to say this is kind of the norm. So, I mean, the last time I was in a hospital and I got checked out, I was there for my appendix. And there was a guy there and he had like 6 cops with him. because he was a guy who was, a criminal or an arrestee. And yeah, they had like 6 cops. Also, he was on their MRSA list, so he had 6 cops around him. And then the nurse was like, "We're putting up the MRSA tent and you're not allowed in." So the cops were not happy with that. But yeah. All right.
In the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed, standing there. She's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts, that she is so cold and calculating that she said that she heard voices after I brought a psychologist, Dr. Zeisel, into that room to see her. I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room was an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest, and will suggest, that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself, after she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I brought him into that hospital. You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government when there's a shooting involving the FBI, the CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress. I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me. He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works at Brigham and Women's Hospital. I saw Lindsay as soon as she came out of her coma. She is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know is, where's my family? And then she told her about what happened and told her about the command voices. And this is well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. And there was no plan to fake her sickness. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, oh, by the way, remember in the opening, the government says she shopped around for doctors, I guess, that she wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that she went online.
I mean, the thing is nobody shops around for SSRIs to get high on because you don't get high on them. Most people on antidepressants and antipsychotics have compliance issues, not addiction issues. So that's kind of an important distinction there. And compliance issues means that you stop taking your meds. Like, I have prescribed attention deficit meds. And I have compliance issues because I don't take them when I should be because they suck. So, like, you don't usually see people with antipsychotics going and, like, shopping around to get antipsychotics. Where you see people with, where you see people with mental health issues going from doctor to doctor is either they're trying to find a doctor who will say that they're sane in order to get some sort of, some sort of benefit from that, or they're trying to get a doctor to actually listen to them and prescribe them something that's helpful, which, yeah.
And she looked for someone that was into neonatal or post-baby delivery because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She only got 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky. As time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription for Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs. She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby have anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it any longer, took the Zoloft, and was spun out of control. Oh, because you didn't hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government says, well, she was able to talk to people. She was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear because they don't call them. We're going to call them. People that knew Lindsay as a mother, people that knew Lindsay, teachers of those kids will indicate what kind of a mother she was, as will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. You're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government latches onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore.
I mean, he's coming out swinging, but, you know, the flip side of that is that latching on to evidence is, in fact, what a prosecution is about, right? You know, they just latched on to any evidence that, you know, they shot them in the face. Like, you know, the gun. They just latched onto the... I'm like, okay, like, all right.
This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in a labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life but dedicated her life to helping people and be a good person and a good nurse and a great mother. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And you can see what the government will say, God, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of the hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have, we meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science, and they were actually having a good time. We also have video that shows them down at the Cape Cod, down the Cape, with the kids, and they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do?
And I mean, that is exactly what, that's exactly what people with mental illness and especially people with depression do. They try to put on a good face. They try to keep going. They try to, you know, yeah.
She goes to see, September 12th of 22, she looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer Tufts, early October of 22, initial appointment. October 20th of 22, reports the adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft. November 16th, she goes to the South Shore Hospital emergency room because she was so depressed and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feeling. She was a robot. She went to South Shore Hospital. She was referred and engaged with South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay. And she told Lindsay, you got to go to this outfit here, which was the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs.
I mean, if you've got a poster, put it up on the board. Holding the jurors cannot read your poster. Nobody can read your poster.
She was referred by her mother-in-law, who's a nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the socio-perinatal behavioral health, she's going on one drug to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorapazan, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone from another individual. Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go to try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications, spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this, and he will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving, she's reporting disassociation and confusion. They put her on Remeron. This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids, to help, because she was walking around absolutely a zombie. She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa. Patrick will tell you what he observed with her. She dealt with her parents. Her parents were there to try to help. Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there. Mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. Coming into December, after Thanksgiving, and they went, by the way, during the holidays, down to Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls the suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. Now, Nurse Gelada comes into this action.
So one of the things is that even if she's ultimately found to be responsible, and we don't know, right? We just don't know what the eventual result is. This history of seeking help and obviously not getting the help she needs, right? Is like, it's tragic. She was trying to get something and like it never worked out. It and ended up being tragic.
Because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse Gelada. She's now going to be your person you deal with. That's all. She wasn't looking for some other doctors to get additional medication. She now is dealing with Gelada. They have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. And Pat goes with her because he was so upset and says to Gelada, you'll hear evidence, do you think possibly that she's over-medicated? Do you think somebody screwed up? And she says, it's possible. And then she puts her on more medication. She puts her on, okay, December of 2022, you're going to see that Nurse Gelada, who is now on this chart, is in blue. Nurse Gelada puts her on quietapine, 25 milligrams, November 30th, December 6th, diazepam 5, December 7th, diazepam, December 7th, quietapine, December 9th, diazepam 5, December 13th, diazepam. And then she goes back to Jennifer Tufts because they just couldn't handle dealing with Rebecca Gelada because she wanted to wean off the drugs. Gelada told her to stay the course. She ends up going through the December 19th, 21st, 22nd, dealing with quietapine, 300 milligrams of quietapine. Now, what happens is they then suggest that what she has to do is go to Mass General Hospital. She goes to Mass General Hospital. At Mass General, they say, well, you can do a day program, or you can go to this fantastic program down in Rhode Island called Women and Infants Program. So she goes to Women and Infants Program. She goes down for a day. She sits there in a group with other mothers, and they talk. And they look at her medication, and they say, you're going to see it in the medical records. We can't really help you as postpartum, and that's what they specialize in, because you've got medications that you're going to have to clear, because the medications can be affecting you. She was there for a day. One day. They never said...
They're like, you are on 600 different medications, so we don't know what to do here.
Anything. You're not suffering from postpartum. Postpartum, every one of these doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum. And now it's turning into psychosis. Now as she goes through the period of time, in January 5, Aliyah Goodhart from McLean Hospital puts on trazodone, 50 milligrams, lorazepam, 1 milligram, leaving the hospital. She goes to that hospital on New Year's Eve. She and Patrick decide this is it. The two of them get in their car. Family takes care of the kids. She goes to the hospital. Now it's locked wards. She goes into the hospital. She's there for 4 days. During that period of time that she's there, she's in group. She doesn't see a doctor but once. There's no discussion of medications till the very end. You'll see the medical records. You can look at the medical records. You'll see that her daughter's birthday was coming up and she wanted to leave rather than the 5th on the 4th. This is not a discharge against medical advice. They cleared her. They said, yeah, fine, you're okay, good luck, go home. She went home and she went to the birthday party. The government will have witnesses apparently to show that she was able to socialize, like, hi, how are you, at the trampoline where they had the birthday party for Cora. She's still living in a nightmare. During this period of time, January 9th, back to Jennifer Tufts, puts her on diazepam. Jennifer Tufts kicks up the trazodone to 150 milligrams. January 13th, you've got Rebecca Jawada, puts her on diazepam. And by the way, when she was down at Rhode Island in the nurse and babies hospital, not a hospital, it was like a service, the people that were treating her for that one day reached out to Jawada to find out what's up with the medication. Jawada never called them back. You're going to hear evidence, and it's in the medical records, that when she and Patrick called Jawada to say, I got to wean off this. She didn't want more drugs. She wanted off the drugs. Jawada says, stay the course. She's going on vacation. I'll see you in a week. Comes back in a week. You're going to see that now Jennifer Tufts puts her on diazepam 2 milligrams on January 16th. Amitriptyline 10 milligrams, January 16th. Diazepam and diazepam between Tufts and Jawada. The last script is diazepam 2 milligrams, January 23rd. During that period of time, you can see that on December 20th and 22nd, she was evaluated at the Women's and Infants Partial Hospitalization Program in Rhode Island. December 30th, she returned to Mass General Hospital emergency room. December 31st, that's after Mass General told her to go to the hospital, you can go to McLean. New Year's Eve, December 20th of 22, they were admitted to McLean Hospital for psychiatric treatment. January 6th of 23 was post-discharge follow-up appointment with Dr. Tufts. January 10, 16, and 23, appointment Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts. Day before the killings, Dr. Tufts. These are the medications that she was on, that she had filled, that she took, that she didn't take, and apparently, according to the opening statement by the government, was manipulating the doctors, not telling the doctors. She told them that she was suicidal. She told them that she had suicidal ideation and indecision.
So at this point, I'm starting to be like, this is a little long, but this is kind of his point. His point is that it is a little long. He's like, you're getting tired of hearing about all these psych meds, right? Well, that means it's a lot of fucking psych meds, doesn't it? Yeah.
December, to his and her ever dying regret, told Patrick in the presence of her mother that she was having psychosis thoughts of hurting the children. This is a woman that did not get the medication, did not get the medical treatment that she so deserved. This is a woman that was suffering from psychosis at the time that she went down to that basement. She had no motive. She loved her children. She intended to kill herself. She didn't fake that. Threw herself out the window. Goes to the hospital. You're going to see that when she's in the hospital, they said to her, you want to, what do you call it, a DNR? Do not resuscitate her. Absolutely. Did not want any DNR. Didn't want to be resuscitated. Wanted to die. To this day wants to die. That's what we're dealing with on this prosecution. So you're going to hear from witnesses. It's going to be emotional. And thank you for your service. Thank you.
So overall, I like the defense opening better than I like the prosecution opening. Quite a bit better. But some people thought the prosecution opening was like exceptional. There were people who were like, that is the best opening I've ever seen. I am not like, that is the best opening I've ever seen. It didn't wow me. But if it wowed some people, then great. Because you don't need to wow everybody. You just need to, you just need to accomplish what you need to accomplish. So the rest of the day was spent with one witness. And it's a hell of a witness. So here's them coming back after break.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. We're now going to begin the presentation of evidence. Commonwealth, you call your first witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Patrick Clancy.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Would you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give forth in the jury, no matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, the shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat.
All right. Good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you like, if you're more comfortable. Okay. All right. Commonwealth, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Patrick Clancy. It's PatrickClancy.
And what
And you see her breaking down in tears. And of course, the camera focuses on her because that's what they're doing. But their first witness is Patrick Clancy, the father of the kids. And it doesn't go the way you'd think. Also, we're going to take a little bit of a break because I got to do this. And thank you, Gerald Manning. That is very generous, saying mattress story, please. Okay, so the mattress is, for the people who are following up or who are catching up on the backstory, I had a basement flood. My bedroom was in the basement. It's probably not going to be anymore, but it was in the basement. And because it was in the basement, so the flood water didn't get high enough to destroy the mattress. But what got high enough to destroy the mattress was there's a bed skirt, and the bed skirt wicked the water up to soak the through the what do you call it? The box spring. And that wicked water into the mattress, so everything fucked. So box spring gotta go, the mattress gotta go, and the actual bed frame. I don't know what it is about flood water, but it makes shit rust like you have no idea. And so the bed frame, it also had to go. So we were in need of a new bed and a new mattress. And oh my God, this is contentious because me and Mrs. Runkle both have sleep issues, and I have bad back issues. So we were like, shit, we got to, we got to go and we got to, we got to shop around for these things. We got to, we got to get a new one. And so then we're just like, all right, let's go shopping. Mattress shopping is the worst. Mattress shopping is the absolute worst shit you've ever dealt with. And the reason why I say this is that it just feels so fucking scammy. You walk into places and they're like, this mattress is like $8,000. And it's like, what? We do not want to spend $8,000 on a mattress. And they're like, and now they're also trying to sell you on all like the adjustable thing where they, tilt and rotate and whatever else. And so it's like, all right, that's lovely. And every mattress store is like so like pressury. They just want to like push you and push you. So we ended up walking out of a bunch of mattress stores because we'd go there and they'd be super pushy, and we'd be like, check please, we out. So yeah. I see people saying foam mattress in a box from Amazon. I kind of wanted to go that way. And the reason why I kind of wanted to go that way is because our goal is to, at some point, knock the house down and build a new house. So the options were either buying a good mattress and then we try to keep the mattress and move it, and that's going to be a pain in the ass, but that's the way we've gone. Or it was going to be get a foam mattress and live with it. So we instead went and got a mattress. Sadly, the mattress does not have like a 30-day guarantee. It's a final sale, so we got the mattress. It doesn't cost too much, but we've got a mattress. But yeah, we went to one place and the mattresses were not comfortable. Like the mattresses were just unpleasant. And so Brian, I can't take Venmo, but I do have a PayPal. So the mattresses were so unpleasant at this one place, and they were like, $4,000, and we're like, yeah, we're not spending that. Because by the time you spend $4,000 on the mattress, then you also have to buy like the bed frame, and that's like another, $300 to $500, and you've also got to buy all this other stuff, and yeah. So, but we just didn't like the mattresses; they were not comfortable. So we're like, no, we're gonna go with a different option, and so then I'm trying to leave, and they're like actively trying to fight us as we're trying to leave. And by trying to fight us, they're like actively like demolishing the price. By the time we were walking out the door, that $4,000 mattress, they were like, $1,400. And we're like, dude, we don't like the mattress. And it's like, wait, this $4,000 mattress, you'll sell it to us for $1,400? Man, mattresses are kind of a scam. So yeah, I mean, I do feel like, we're kind of getting ripped off on a mattress, but all right, I mean, at the end of the day, a mattress shouldn't be all that complicated. But yeah, I did not enjoy buying a mattress. I see people are saying different options. We ended up going with a Beauty Rest, and all in, it was about $3,000 Canadian, so about 2,000 American now for the mattress, all of the stuff. And I mean, it is more than I would have liked to spend, but I mean, assuming that we keep it for 10 years, we'll be okay. And I mean, the previous mattress was like 8 years old, but yeah, it's a whole adventure. But yeah, I hated mattress shopping so much, and the only thing I have hated more than mattress shopping is car shopping. And out of curiosity, have you ever wanted to try moving to the U.S.? I've thought about it, but it's pretty much impossible. So car shopping is so bad that me and Mrs. Runkle have tried repeatedly, like on 3 different occasions, we have tried to buy a new car. And on each of the 3 occasions, we have failed to buy a new car. And the reason why we have failed is because we walked in, we got so disgusted with the experience and with the car salesman that that we ended up walking out. And yeah, oh, what's going on? Why am I frozen? Am I frozen for you guys? Hopefully not. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm frozen on StreamYard. Can you guys see me? Okay. Not frozen. Yes, frozen. Yes, froze. Okay, 1 second. I'm just going to be right back. We'll see if I can unfreeze. Okay, hopefully I unfroze. And yeah, hopefully you guys can see me. Oh, no, that's the problem. Okay, that is the problem. I'm going to try to unscrew OBS. All right, let's see. Success! I'm back! Yay! All right. Yeah, car shopping was awful. And so we tried repeatedly to try to buy cars. Every time we failed. And yeah, just each time it was we went in, we talked to salespeople, and so literally at one point, so I was looking to do a cash deal on a $20,000 car, and by a cash deal, I don't mean like I had $20,000 in my account. I mean I had what do you call it? I had a bank loan, and the bank loan was like insanely good. The bank loan offered me like 1% or something idiotic. So I wasn't gonna get financing from the dealership because I know they're not gonna beat that. But I did go in and I was like, all I want to talk about is what the price is. And they're like, okay. And I'm like, look, if you show me a Foursquare, I'm walking out. And the guy's like, okay. And I'm like, no, seriously, if you try to do the Foursquare shit on me, I'm walking out. And so we're there, and the guy draws the Foursquare, and I'm like, you realize I got to walk out now. And he's like, oh, no, you don't. Like, we'll just talk about the Foursquare. And I'm like, yeah, I promised I'd leave if you did this, and then you did it. So either I leave or you make me a punk. Bye. I was so pissed. But yeah, bad back is from an injury. The injury is a childhood injury. What is a Foursquare? The Foursquare is a dealership negotiating tactic. And what it looks like is they draw a box and they literally put 4 squares. Let me see if I've got a working pen here. I can show you what it looks like. And no, that pen's not working. Is this pen working? Probably not. It looks pretty dry. Oh, yep. Nope, partially. Pink highlighter. Will this work? So they draw a box that looks like that. And in the box, they put your payment, They put your, I forget the price, they put the interest rate, they put your down payment, they put all of it. And the thing is the reason why they like the Foursquare is that it forces you to negotiate a whole bunch of things all at once. And so really what they try to focus you on is they try to focus you on the monthly payment. And the reason why they're trying to focus you on the monthly payment is because if you're focused on the monthly payment, you are gonna get fucked. And what I mean by that is that, like, if you're focused on the monthly payment, what they're gonna do quietly is they're going to jack out your payment terms, like the length of time on your loan. So you're going to end up with, a payment that's like 96 months or some shit like that. And they will, and so basically they're trying to find ways to make you pay more money without you realizing that you're getting fucked. Whereas if they had to tell you, just like if they were telling you what the actual price was and you were negotiating on that initially, you would see that like the price is insane, that the loan is like fucking forever. So yeah. The Foursquare is basically, it's an abusive tactic, and it is manipulative as fuck. They will also often like not fill in all of the Foursquare, and they'll do like, whatever. So the other thing that I recommend, it makes it a lot easier to walk out on car dealers. And so, and I don't know why, but like my Facebook shows me reels all the time of like, not car dealers talking to customers, but car salesmen talking to other car salesmen and telling them how to rip you off even better. And so the, what is it? The, and they talk about all of these different, strategies and tactics to get around things. And so one of the things that is a counter tactic, and this is one that is used by police, but I think I'm going to use it the next time I have to try to buy a car. And so the counter tactic is this. You walk in, and one of the first things you ask the person, like, you walk up, you're on the dealer lot, and some guy comes up and he's like, "Hey, are you looking to buy a car today?" And you go, "Yeah, I just have one thing that's really important to me, and that is that you treat me with respect." And the guy's going to say, "Oh, no problem. I got you. I'm going to treat you with respect." And you're like, "No, I need you to promise me. Promise me that you're going to treat me with respect. Promise me, like, swear to me that you're going to treat me with respect." I now have ink on my hands from trying to refill my pen. And they'll be like, "Yeah, man, I'll treat you with respect." Now, here's the fun thing. When you do that, it gives you a weapon that you use later. And so the weapon that you use later is that then when you go, and the thing is yes, this is exactly right. Full-throated motion. They were not going to treat you with respect. Of course they're not going to treat you with respect. Of course they're not going to treat you with respect. They're going to treat you like shit. That's what they are. But when you get them to promise and say that, like, "I will treat you with respect," this is a tactic that police use in interrogation. And the reason why police use it in interrogation is you sit down, you're doing a police interrogation, and the officer says, "I'm going to treat you with respect. You're going to treat me with respect, right?" To the accused. And the accused goes, "Yeah, right." And then when the accused tells them something that they don't want to hear, something like, "I didn't do it, man," the cops say, "Well, you promised that you were going to treat us with respect, but now you're here lying to us, and that's not respectful, right?" So with a car dealer, like when you call, when you're like, hey, I need to talk to my wife, and they're like, let me just stop you right there, because they're trying to deflect from the let me talk to my wife thing. And they have all sorts of tactics that they use to deflect from that. And you say, let me talk to my wife. And they're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Your wife knows you're here looking to buy a car. It's like, sir, you said you'd treat me with respect. I just told you I need to speak to my wife, and now you're arguing with me. That's not respectful to me. That's not respectful to my wife. And now you see how it gives you a weapon that you can use later. So it's a tactic that I will bring to that. But anyway, I am meandering. Let's look at Patrick Clancy, because I am meandering a bit. So here we go. Because I had to redo things, I lost my window. There we go. Boom.
What is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988,
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did
Did you hear the judge say that's not necessary? I think that was the judge. I don't think that was the defense lawyer. So, yeah.
you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
Who the fuck cares? Like,
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
okay, so they go through all of this for a while, and then we'll jump ahead a little bit.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
So immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good, okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem.
Okay.
And then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Why are they going into they have a nanny or babysitter? It is partially just to say, look, they have money, and what is she complaining about? She's got all these supports. It's kind of where they're going with this. Yeah.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes,
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And
You know how much of this they have to get out through the dad? Abso-fucking-lutely none of it. Why are they asking him when about his kid's date of birth? They want him to break down. They want him to have an emotional reaction.
was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah,
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way, and it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
Page 13. If I may approach.
So this, I have no idea what this hissing weird noise is, but man, it is annoying, and it just is what it is.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages, that's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read to yourselves lines 6 through 10.
By the way, this might be the first time that these two have seen each other since, like, in the same room, since the since the killing. So it's going to be difficult for each of them.
And then just look up when you're finished. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah.
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mhm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So.
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
the baby. Maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
She just had a really hard time being separated from them.
That is not a good line for the prosecution. He's like, she has a hard time being separated from the kids. She, she likes the kids. She wants to be around them. And this witness, I don't want to say that I know what he's thinking, because I certainly don't. And certainly this guy has gone through pain that hopefully nobody else here, goes through, and hopefully. So, I mean, I am lucky not to know what he's thinking and not to know where his head's at. But the impression I got, which may or may not be correct, the impression I got is that he's not mad at Lindsay, that he wants to see her get help, but doesn't. I did not get a single bit of fuck her out of him. What I got from him was that he feels really sad about this, and he feels really sad about what happened to her too. I did not come out of this feeling that he wanted to go after Lindsay. I got the feeling that he actually thought that the prosecutor was being awful. And he just comes at this from a perspective of wanting to tell the truth, but also apparently not wanting to to go along with the prosecution's shit. So, I mean, I feel so bad for this guy, but I also have so much respect for this guy. Like, I mean, you know, just being able to keep going forward in the world that he is now made to live in. Yeah, I just, but yeah.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away, and I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
So they're like, she was capable of being organized enough to throw out some shit. So that means that she's not mentally, and I'm like, what? She's able to engage in a project to throw some shit out? All right.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan.
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Why do we need to get that from him? Like, stop it.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Can I just say, you're asking the wrong person about the delivery. Because, this guy didn't just push a baby out of anything. So, wrong person to ask. Like, come on. He's like, yeah, it was great. I had a pop. Like, it's like.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did
You know what else? Postpartum is not like connected to how difficult the delivery is. It's not like, oh, well, she was in there for 18 hours. She's going to have postpartum. It's like, no, it's not how that works.
the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan,
Dude got 12 weeks. That's actually quite a bit. Normally when you've got like when you hear guys and it's like, oh yeah, I had paternity leave. And it's like, how long? 2 weeks. You know, it's 12 weeks is actually significant. So
Being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
Okay. And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months, when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
Yeah.
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
okay, we're gonna jump ahead a little bit here.
And Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool, and they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes,
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, I know there's going to be some people out there who are going to be like, oh, cheerleading, what does that mean? Competitive cheerleading is like, oh my God. How do I put this? Competitive cheerleading is one of the most impressive sports out there because the shit you have to do in competitive cheerleading is like, you get people who like do the high jump and they just do the high jump and they focus on that. But competitive cheerleaders have to jump, they have to flip, they have to all of these things. And cheerleaders have the most serious rate of injury out there. Now, I see somebody saying other streams don't have this. I'm going to try switching to another thing there. What is it? Yeah, competitive cheerleaders get injured all the time. Like, so often. And it is insane how much
rock
athleticism it takes. So I will not brook any shit talking about competitive cheerleading. I mean, unless it's funny. But yeah, unless it's funny. Okay. So we'll try this stream here.
I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
Oh, this is better. Okay, I was hearing whistling on it before, but it's not now.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool, and they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes.
She was very,
I liked his answer there. He's like, or we could spend time with our kids. Like, that is also a thing we do.
very health conscious.
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do? Or
Okay, so it's about 30 seconds to a minute off. All right, so that'll be timestamp stuff.
did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did there's like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I thought that, you know, I'm like, where's she going with this? Like, it's just not, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. All right, jumping ahead a little bit here again.
Seeing how it went.
And did you notice any changes in her physically during that time frame that she was on it and you weren't aware she was on it?
At the time, no, I don't think I did.
And did you notice any changes in her emotionally during that time when she was on it, but you weren't aware she was on it?
She wasn't really improving. She just kind of seems to be gradually becoming more in like a depressed state.
And how was that manifesting? What were you noticing?
It was just small things. I was planning a trip with Cora to San Francisco, and she was nervous about us going. And I remember we went to a Halloween event, and just leading up to it, I remember it just kind of seemed like she didn't want to go for some reason.
Okay. Now, do you recall learning that she had actually obtained the prescription the day before she told you she was going to ask for the prescription?
I did later learn that, yeah.
Okay. So she's telling you at the wedding that she is going to ask to take this medication and going to see a psychiatrist to get on that medication, but she actually already had the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't think she started taking it yet, but she already had it.
Okay.
She lied. She went and got a prescription before she told it. Okay. All right.
And did Lindsay tell you how long she took the medication for?
She may have. I don't remember the exact time frame. I just remember she took it for a period of time, and then her sleep started to suffer, so she stopped taking it.
And did she tell you whether or not she spoke to her provider, her doctor, about the troubles she was having?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you that she was advised to double the dose of the Zoloft?
She may have. I don't remember.
Page 31. You could look at lines 20 to 22 and then just look up when you're
Sure.
finished.
Okay, yeah, apparently she did.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And so did Lindsay tell you that she was supposed to double the dose?
I guess she did, yeah.
Did you notice any changes in her sleep during that time when she was on the medication, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Eventually, yeah.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates. But she just, one night she said, do you mind? She started it by saying, I'm not mad or anything, but do you mind sleeping in the basement? And letting me just sleep in our room with Callan. And then you can take the monitors down in the basement. And if Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping. And I'm hoping that, like, if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Had you noticed prior to her telling you this that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for like 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Maybe a couple of weeks.
And so during that time frame, was she telling you that she was still having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
But you weren't actually down there watching her sleep. You're getting this information from her, correct?
Correct.
I mean, who the fuck watches somebody sleep? Because you know what happens when people sleep? They are also sleeping. People tend to sleep at the same time, which is the nighttime. Like that is just how things work. I mean, Mrs. Runkle has some awareness that my sleep is awful. And the reason why Mrs. Runkle has awareness that my sleep is awful is because sometimes I get kicky. So, yeah. But it's not like he's sitting there like,
Were you
watching
aware
me.
that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
This is a way of the prosecutor testifying, by the way. Were you aware of this? No. They're basically just telling the jury that that is the case. So, yeah.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay. So she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it's from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes. And
why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation?
It's like, yeah, we're trying to get things fixed. And it's not happening. So we're going to try a different one. All right.
And where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
Sure, yeah.
I like the no, of course not. All right, we're going to jump ahead a fair bit here. To hereabouts. Way ahead.
And at exhibits that required, manipulating knobs and
Welcome.
and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits.
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
So now we're getting into she was able to interact with the kids, right? So she can't be that crazy. It's like, no, that's not how that works. Sorry. Like, no.
And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse
I feel like this prosecutor should maybe take a trip to the Museum of Silence.
restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful
Why were you hopeful?
because she seemed much better.
Yeah. I mean, that moment hit me so hard when he said it, because it was just like, it really hits you with just how tragic this is. He's like, she was suffering, and now she seems to be doing, better. It's like, oh, fuck. Fuck.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No. She encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out." And it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so, yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder in Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos again. I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are in the photo. So here in the dark shorts with the white band on the top,
It's me.
and then in the bathing suit here with the
It's
ponytail,
Cora.
and then in the striped swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
Why the fuck do they need to show the pictures of the kids? Why are they showing the dad the picture? Like, fuck. This is so fucking unnecessary. And it's just there because they just want to make him break down. They want to make him cry. They want to get an emotional reaction so they can show it to the jury.
And then here in the black bathing suit without shoulder straps,
Lindsay.
Lindsay. And is that was Cora with her?
Yes.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
And that photo there is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit.
Yep.
Yeah. We can go to the video with the court's permission.
Go on.
I'm just going to go to certain clips. If we could start with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play. Sir, if you could tell us who, well, can you confirm that that's you and the children in?
This has no merit. This neither makes it more likely nor less likely that she is guilty or that she is, like, this is just, we want to show you the pictures of the kids and, fuck off. Like, if I was the lead prosecutor, the DA, and somebody was doing this, I'd be like, pack your shit into a box and get the fuck out.
And Lindsay arriving now.
Yes.
And the thing is that the defense has a difficult time here. I see people saying, why isn't the defense objecting? Because if the defense objects, they look like assholes. So it's kind of a sucker trap for the defense.
Would that be Cora in the purple jacket with the pink boots?
Yes.
And Lindsay in the gray coat with the backpack?
Yes.
And then if we could go to 139. And during this time, are you waiting to check in and get your wristbands and all of that?
Yeah.
You could go to 647. Do you recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lindsay and the children go over to this hardship area?
Yep.
showing you here, is that Cora that just went down the slide?
Yeah.
And is that you there by the slide?
Again, this has no value whatsoever. Yes, I have a whole lot of news about that, but I need to get a recording setup going. So, yeah, the whole flood thing is interrupted with a whole bunch of things. But yeah, basically they're like, she's playing with her kids, so she couldn't possibly have been that, and look, we're going to show this guy, I'm like, fuck. Hate it so much.
Do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Oh, she couldn't possibly be experiencing psychosis. She's able to send a photo. Are you fucking, like, if this is your argument, if these are the arguments you're making in trial, like, if this is where you need to go, then you, like, when you're the prosecutor, you should, if this is the arguments you have to make, you should just drop the case. But, like, have a little bit of regard for yourself.
Show you the 3 text messages with the attached photos. Thank you. Sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
If I could move to have these marked as the next 3 exhibits.
They may be admitted.
Exhibits 16, 17, and 18. So start showing you the first photo, which was marked exhibit 16. Did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
And showing you exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
And then did she respond again, sending you selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? The Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carneys, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Not those Carneys, different Carneys.
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, I mean, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
And you said you returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
Do you recall Lindsay and her mom taking a picture together that weekend?
Yeah.
Is that photo?
Yeah, that's it.
You have this marked as the next exhibit?
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 19. And Lindsay seemed to be doing better that weekend, correct?
Overall, yeah.
Were you aware that her mother had sent her a text saying something to the effect of, "I'm glad you're doing so much better"?
I became aware of that later, yeah.
And just showing exhibit 19. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mark the still photo from the Museum of Science. If you could have that as the next.
Sure.
Exhibit 20. Thank you. That Monday, after her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah.
And do you recall Lindsay picking them up that afternoon?
Yeah.
When Lindsay returned home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
Yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school, so she just held it all day.
Okay. And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah.
And were you aware that Cora had her 5-year physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday the 24th?
No, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she called it in and set it up. So that's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that, yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
Sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday
Yeah.
the 24th.
Yep.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.?
Yep.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
Now she's finally getting to something resembling a point, not just the one on the top of her head.
First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning. That day.
What? This is it says activity sensor.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent to Dawson, and then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth up to the point. Page 940, where Lindsay's sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have the text messages marked as the next exhibit.
Sorry, that may be admitted.
623. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos you sent? We could have the photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
624. How often do you think or do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy. And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and She seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Yeah, you know what people don't usually talk about? Those kinds of thoughts. Hey, I'm really thinking about hurting the kids. Like, okay. All right.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days? I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Had you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
Alone or with the family?
With the family.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So the prosecution's theory here appears to be that this was the master plan is to send him to get takeout from a slightly further restaurant. Like, okay. I mean, this isn't wowing me. You know how many times I have on occasion been like, hey, you want to try a new place? Or you want to get something from that place we went to once and that we liked? Like, it's 8 miles. How far, like, how long can that take to drive?
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m. asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean power bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. Awesome. Like, all right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called?
That actually sounds really good. I'm just going to say his dinner sounds way better than her dinner. Her dinner kind of sounds like it sucks. But why are we into dinners? Like, I'm just trying to think of why the prosecution is asking about who ate what dinner. Like, this is a case about, like, murdered children. Why are you asking about the Mediterranean Power Bowl? Like, is there some universe in which that is a relevant question that actual human beings would give a shit about? Like,
in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute and I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I said, I'll be right back.
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl.
Why are you asking about that? Like, why? That sigh is like, what the fuck are we doing here? Why are you doing this to me?
Do you remember what the defendant's, well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing.
And where was she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
It's the doorway by the basement door.
And did she have Callan, or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counsel, can I see both sidebar here?
All right, so they have a sidebar, and then they, I think that's the last of it.
Fair and impartial. Yes, so same questions I asked you this morning, whether or not you did any research or you saw anything that would affect your ability to remain fair and impartial. You have to still keep an open mind. So don't do any research. Don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't go online, look at anything. Don't take any road trips. And
I feel so bad for this guy that this guy's got to come back. And like the prosecution just put this guy through such shit today. Mostly just like grinding on him about like, isn't it sad your kids died? And fuck. I hated what the prosecution was doing today. It just pissed me off. It made me mad. I'm still mad. And like, I just, like, argue your case on something meaningful. If you need to argue your case on the basis of like this kind of shit, you know, it's kind of like I have a rule for myself when I'm arguing about something online. You know, when I'm like, you know, when I'm having like a Twitter dispute or something, and it's, if I have to start resorting to shitty arguments, it means I've lost and I should just like rethink my life. Because if you've got to be this shitty in order to make your case, you don't have a case and you should just lose. And the thing I've seen in the chat a whole bunch, I haven't been able to confirm this, is that the defense wanted to stipulate to all of this. And they're like, no. I mean, I think the rule should be changed on that. Like, if the defense is willing to stipulate to the fact you want to prove, you should have to prove it via the stipulation. Like, you shouldn't be able to just use this stuff for the emotional dunk when the defense is like, yeah, we're good. I mean, it just pisses me off. Like, you know, and we saw that in the Uvalde trial, right? It's like, okay, they want to stipulate to the children died. And they're like, no, we want to show all the pictures because we think we can convict this guy because the jury will be so mad about these pictures. And I'm like, are you kidding me? That's not how the system should work. That is not how any of this should work. So I don't know. It makes me mad. It really does. And wait, people are mad that this guy moved on and found a new partner? I mean, this guy's got every right. I'm sorry, there is nothing that will keep that, yeah. Like, I do not see it. I do not see a universe in which, and he doesn't owe anybody like pining since forever. Now, I mean, the prosecution, I mean, I hope the prosecution is checking Twitter. I hope the prosecution is looking at all of the I hope the prosecution is looking at all of the comments about this trial so far. Because I mean, this one pisses me off. EDB isn't covering it. Yeah, EDB does not like covering trials where children are hurt. And I respect that. It's, you got to have your lines, right? You got to have the things, and you got to do what makes sense for your sanity. So we're not going to we're not going to give any grief over that. That's been her rule since forever, and I think it's a reasonable rule. I don't know if I'm going to keep covering this one. I will probably, I don't know, maybe I'll cover more of Clancy's or Patrick Clancy's, because I mean, this is, yeah. I don't know if I want to cover this one. Yes, there is no court in on this tomorrow. So, I mean, I don't know. I got to decide whether I'm going to cover this one or not. I am hoping to have a big announcement soon. Blue fingers crossed. Man, I look like I'm going to be an expert in the Karen Reed trial. I've got this blue paint or blue dye on it, so or blue dye on my fingers. But yeah, I don't know. Without spoiling things too much, if the announcement goes the way I think it's going to go, I hope to have more, what do you call it? I hope to be able to do more live trial coverage in future. Not on this case. It won't be lined up for this case, but fingers crossed. Camper, I know, me too. I am tired of it too, because I want to do the celebration stream so bad. Until I have all the paperwork signed, until I have everything lined up and fully done, I can't really announce it. But once it's buckled up, once it's all done, then I can make the announcement. Yeah. Camper for life. I still love you, Rocco. I know it's driving me nuts too. I want to be. This is why I keep talking about it. Is because I'm excited and I want to get it squared away, and then I can. Yeah. So, I want to get that all like squared away, and yeah. All right. When I do, I will arrange a stream. We might talk law, or we might honestly just, we might just do a thing where we just hang out and like I buy a very modestly priced bottle of Prosecco because I'm not really a champagne guy. People are like, you should have champagne. I'm like, no. I do have an architect, but the architect is the early stages. Architect is what do you call it, for the eventual plan for new house, and what do you call it, the eventual plan for the new house. It includes a vault, and yeah. Oh, I got to check the PayPal too. The new house will also, if according to our designs, will also include a streaming space. So yeah. KPT says KPT here should be 5 more to the goal. I've missed your live. Missed your lives, and I've been waiting for your take on this too. Thank you so much. So I don't have a moat. The other thing I don't have is that that I really kind of wanted, but it's not really practical, so it's not in the design. I wanted a turret, but we're not getting a turret. The turret would be like a little like space at the top of the house to with like a little. I want a turret, but I can't have a turret. Will the new house be more than 600 square feet? Yes. So yeah. You and Rob are going to be partners and open up your own firm. I mean, first, I'm not barred in the U.S. Second, I am too attention deficit to work with Rob, because me and Rob in the same space, we would never get any work done. Shooting range, no, no shooting range because I live in Edmonton. But yeah, it. What is it? I'm unsure if I have a use for the bank vaults, though. I used to have a turret, though. I can show you the pictures. Turret was lovely, highly recommended. I still want the turret. Yeah. Are you copying, or not superstitious, but with the bog car and swamp house? Don't invite bad news announcing early. Also, are you copying the streaming vault from Nick? I don't know what Nick's situation is. So what I'm going to be, like, my vault is going to be like a proper vault door with security out the wazoo. Like, absolutely out the wazoo. And it's going to have concrete walls. It's going to have all of this. And it's going to be the gun vault. And it's going to be fucking, like, high security shit. Like, I'm going to have that thing built like a bank vault. So, and I kind of need to. So while I'm dealing with the flood, I got a delivery. The delivery was, let me show you the, I'll pull up a picture of what I got. And it'll explain why I need a vault. Okay, that's an airsoft version. What about a real one? That one has features. Mine doesn't. Come on, where's a good picture? Need a good picture. Where's a good picture? Fine, we'll use the airsoft one, but mine not airsoft. Let's see. Open image. I got two of these. Right now, they are in massively secured things. I will be recording a video with them as soon as I can, but this is an AK-74. I've got two of them. No, that is a proper. Why two? So this is a fun story. Some guy reached out to me and was like, hey, the government is going to take my assault rifles. And I was like, oh, tell me more. And I'm like, he's like, yeah, I've got two AK-74s. And I'm like, okay, why are you telling me this? And he's like, do you want them? And I'm like, yes, I do. So I have plans. I am going to be video recording with them as soon as I can. But like flooding, right? It's a whole thing. So anyway, I'm gonna have to put that up online soon, and yeah. Do you really want to advertise the weapons in your home? I mean, I don't think it's a good idea to rob me. I'm just going to say that. Yeah, they are. This is the other thing. They're 5x45, which means that the ammunition is impossible to get. Just impossible. Riveted by the facts, did Mrs. Runkle tell you how awkward it was when we walked back to the hotel in Seattle and realized we were neighbors? We felt so weird. Mrs. Runkle said, hey, they're in the hotel room right next to us. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's cool. So yeah. Ty, have you not met Mrs. Runkle? Shit, you haven't. We'll have to make that happen. What brand? I'll have to check, actually. Is the vault being designed so you don't have to jump through the ammo storage loops? Yes, the vault is going to be an actual serious vault. So yeah. All right, super chats. Nancy Druby, have one for me tonight. Mine is vodka, cranberry juice, and soda. I am not ashamed to admit I actually do love the vodka, cranberry, and soda. Have you seen the AK-50? Some gun tuber, Brandon Herrera is the gun tuber, made a 50 caliber, looks and works like an AK-47. I have gone shooting with Brandon Herrera's guns, and I've shot the AK-50. And it's fun. So yes. Oh yes, I was saying I am not the kind of guy who is like too manly to drink a vodka cranberry soda. So yeah, I absolutely. Me and a friend of mine used to go to bars and like drink all of the girly drinks. And the thing about girly drinks taste good and have like 3 ounces of alcohol. Yes, I've been to Range Day. Range Day is distinctly awesome. And a PhD criminal justice student missed it all. Yes. That's about Kohberger, I'm sure. I'd like to unprison if you don't mind. I was misled. I was told there'd be punch and pie. Brian Kohberger, probably. Yeah, I don't know what he was told. For the goal. Thank you so much. Wears black, loves dogs, avoids people. I love the shirt too. What's the TLDR on the Tates? Andrew and Tristan Tate are manosphere influencers. And so they go on about how they're like big manly men and so forth. But Tate is also a pimp. And I say this without the allegedly because Tate has said he's a pimp. And so, like, yeah. And I don't mean pimp in the sense of like, you know, oh, you know, cool. Because I don't use pimp to mean cool guy. I use pimp to mean piece of shit. Because that is what pimps are. I have never liked it when people talk about like pimp as a cool guy. Because I don't think pimps are cool. It's just human trafficking. So he went to Miami. He boasted online. He's like, arrest me. And then they did. And so the UK has charges pending against them for, you know, human trafficking, you know, sexual assault. And what do you call it? And also, what do you call it? Also, like CSAM. So, you know, yeah. And the CSAM is basically him being, you know, filming his abuse of a 15-year-old girl is basically the allegations. So, yep. Binky says, just because you deserve it. Thank you so much. Harbinger of imminent death. I agree with Reddington. The Commonwealth is behaving very poorly and has during pretrial. Another DA focused on just wins. How do you rate his effectiveness? I am not going to rate his effectiveness yet. And the reason why I'm not going to rate his effectiveness yet is because the most fundamental thing about a defense lawyer's effectiveness is their cross-examinations. And I haven't seen him do a cross yet. Now, I don't want to rate him on his cross of Patrick either. He's going to get to cross Patrick, and I feel like that cross-examination is going to be a very friendly cross-examination. I feel like it's going to be so I don't really want to put too much weight on his cross of Patrick. But I'm going to watch to see how he cross-examines a more difficult witness. And then I'll make the call as to whether I like him or not. Because, yeah. I think Patrick is on his list. Do you think he'll wait? I mean, he's going to take the cross option. You would be crazy not to cross-examine Patrick. Because I think Patrick is likely to say some things that are friendly. And it might be a very gentle cross. If I'm cross-examining Patrick, I am not coming at him hot. I am not going hard on this guy at all. Because you can't. As the defense, you don't, like, the prosecution's been an asshole to this guy. You don't want to be an asshole to this guy. Like, it's absolutely, absolutely not the right approach. What I would be doing if I was the defense is I would be saying things like, she was really struggling during this time, wasn't she? and you were worried about her, weren't you? And she was doing, you were cheering every time she had a good day. The prosecution asked you about her good days, but she had some bad days too, right? I think that Patrick could be a really good or witness for the defense. So, I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, take the cross approach used in the Uvalde case. The Uvalde case, if I was doing a class for law students, this is a class I want to do. I want to do it so bad. And U of A hasn't let me do it yet, but I want to do it so bad. And the class I want to do is trial advocacy through famous trials. And I want to take video from some of these famous trials and just be like, all right, let's discuss. Let's discuss some of the good moments and some of the bad moments. Like, let's talk about, let's look at the Uvalde crosses. Because if you're a defense lawyer, you should be looking at the Uvalde crosses. They're so good. So fucking good that I just cannot, and yeah, for the bad, Ramos's cross of that first police officer in Richlands. Absolutely, that's a good case to look at. Absolutely, that's one to say, hey, let's have a look at it. And yeah, it is a let's look at Camille Vasquez in depth. Let's look at all of these other, I think that there's a lot of really good cross-examination strategy that could be learned from a lot of these trials. And I mean, I would love to be able to get a class of law students, play them a tape and be like, let's discuss this. Let's talk about it. What did Camille do that you like? What did Camille do that you didn't like? Let's have those discussions. Here's my Monday night contribution from Red Pen. Thank you so much. Honk Banana, no, that was weird pupper swoop without my dog screaming about it. I imagine I'm having a harder time with the separation than she is. Honk, I can guarantee your dog is probably running around having a great time and will also super miss you. But yeah. She'll be having a great time, but she'll be like just jumping up on you when she can. Kate may be back after a little hiatus. Glad to catch you live again. Glad to see you again. Hope you and Mrs. Runkle are doing well, recent chaos aside. Aside from the recent chaos, we're doing well. And one of the things that is really nice is that Mrs. Runkle is an absolute rock star. And what I mean by that is that there's so many people who, when things are stressful, there's so many people who can ramp your stress up. And instead, Mrs. Runkle is one of those people who just helps deal with shit, right? Just helps. So she's practical. And at times when I get into attention deficit decision paralysis, she's like, no, we got to get something done, which, is helpful because she never does it in a way that is dickish or anything like that, but is she's like, hey, we need to get the hot water heater done. I'm like, yeah, let me get on that. And, this kind of thing. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm hugely lucky. Mysterica Claus, here's a toast to freedom. How they will never be free again, hopefully. I think that's for Kohberger. Chloe diagnosed snarky. Request to have you show the who wore it better for Andrew Taint's arrest outfit and Blanche from Golden Girls. Yeah, he got arrested in an absolutely idiotic outfit. Nancy Druby says, almost 3 years full of info and a lot of laughs. Glad to have you here. It's weird. Apparently, I've had a channel for 6 years, is what YouTube sent me an email. So MDL says, reading about the similar Andrea Yates case in the paper horrified me more than watching TV news the rest of the morning of 9/11. Learning about her current status a decade later made it worse. I don't know enough about that case to comment, but I did see a lot of people in the chat mentioning her. The world wonders, when I'm depressed, all I do is takeout. Yeah. When I'm depressed, I don't tend to do takeout because takeout requires decisions. And I haven't been depressed in a long time, but I was in some of my earlier years. And what do you call it? My thing is easy recipes that I just make over and over and over again. And by easy, I mean things like, noodles with, with some stuff added. Vez from Quebec, we're committed. Swearing here is a national sport. Yes. Vez, I just saw you sent me an email. I got to respond to that. Harbinger of imminent death. MA has a real incumbency problem. Mr. Cruz, the Plymouth DA, where this case is, has been in office since 2001. Jesus, that's 25 years. And is running unopposed this year. Similar story for Morrissey in Norfolk County before Karen Reed. 25 fucking years. Wow. Obligatory F Massachusetts legal system. Massachusetts is fucking awful. You mean noodles that take out your in-laws? I mean, my mother-in-law is an absolute saint. She's one of the nicest people you could ever meet. She has no spice tolerance. It is actually kind of funny how little spice tolerance she has. Because there was a dish that I just did not notice the spice on. And it was like absolutely flaming her to death. So, Melissa Simak, shout out to all the psychiatric service dogs who help people differentiate what is real and what is a hallucination. I didn't know that was a thing, but that is super cool. Honk Banana No. How inappropriate would it be to ask jurors about personal experience with mental illness during voir dire? I can guarantee they did. Can prosecution filter out sympathy that way? Yes. Masterful Melon, going to the mattresses. Thank you. Beamer, here's for the story. Hoping things go well for the big announcement. Cheers. Fingers are crossed. Mr. Claus, get more sleep without counting sheep and have another night of bliss across from the bus barn in Wasilla. Now is where we is. Get more sleep with the mattress ranch. And then the banjos. I'm guessing that is a commercial in the area. The Miss Monty, thank you so much. Patricia, for flood funds. Thank you. I have had people asking me if they can, if I can set up an Amazon wish list for Potter toys and so forth. And I cannot because right now everything is a mess. We still have shit in boxes, and until I get that sorted out, we can't get more shit. Even if it's good shit, toys for Potter. But my basement right now is an absolute mess. We had one of those IKEA Kallax shelves. They're great shelves. But the problem with that is that they're great shelves, but once you have a flood, they're made of chipboard. And so once they get soaked and the water pulls up into them, And the water, it came up to about like 6 or 8 inches, somewhere in there. And it just pulled right up. I was finding it was wet up to like 3 feet because it's like a straw, right? It just pulls water into it. And yeah, they're ruined. It was gonna collapse at some point, and yeah. But I mean, the thing is once you don't have the shelf anymore, well, now you've got all this shit that was on the shelf, and you need the shelf. So we're gonna have to order another calyx and get that going. So yeah, I gotta do that. That's going to be a project, but yeah, all the projects. And yeah, you know, when SSRI is working when you think it's not. Yeah. Part of the problem with a lot of psych drugs is that they get people better. And then once they're better, they don't want to take them anymore. And so then they stop taking them. And then it becomes clear why they needed them, and then they start taking them again, and you know, you get into a cycle on that. And yeah, Runkle, ever heard of anyone committing self-checkout by pew-pewing in the knee and then through head? No, that would be very unusual. I don't know why you would do that. I'm guessing this is a reference to something, possibly something political, but I don't know what. Alexander Wagner, I would do my defense opening with the question, what would you do if the burning bush speaks to you? Risky. Very risky. Because if you've got religious jurors, that might piss them the fuck off. I steer away from religion because it's a really easy way to piss off your jury if you misjudge it. Caitlin J. Shoot, so happy to catch the live with Runkle. Had surgery today on my leg and I feel awful. Spending time with Ian and Chad is helping distract me. Love y'all. I hope your leg gets better. Mrs. Runkle has had leg surgery. Her knee is acting up. So hopefully everything goes well. But yeah. And good news, softball teams took silver yesterday. Awesome. Victor Man, I'm glad Lindsay has great lawyers, Reddington for criminal, and Rosemary Scapiccio for a MedMal case. I didn't know about the MedMal case. I have not. This is one of those cases I'm kind of coming into blind. I know there's a lot of people who have put a lot of attention into following this one in terms of like all of the pretrial applications and so forth. I am not one of them, so I am figuring it all out. All right. Masterful Melon, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. It's always a great thing. Hope this case educates about postpartum psychosis. So sad. It really is, and I don't know. I like feeling like the prosecution is helping educate, but I feel like they're helping deflect and distract. Secret Labs customer support. Oh my God. Were the mattresses uncomfortable, or were you, wait for it, laying down wrong? All right. Gerald Manning, there's a company called Delivered. They make new car shopping easy. I don't know if they're in Canada. They probably aren't. But thank you, Gerald Manning. Much appreciated. May Wimple, thanks for keeping me company while I crochet a shawl for my wedding. We're having a sunrise wedding on one of my favorite hiking areas. You're so cool. I assure you, I am not cool, but I appreciate the sentiment. I just kind of, rolling with what I can here, and that's kind of how things go. All right. Luna Dewdrops. Drink up, Runks. Cheers. I've got a lemon drop martini in a can. It's actually pretty good. When will you try the Afro-Man lemon pound cake, lemon drop martini in a can? Do they make such a thing? I need to send another email. I was speaking to one of Afro-Man's people, and Afro-Man's people said that that they might be able to send me the recipe for the lemon pound cake. However, Mama Runkle, my mom, has sent me a recipe for her lemon pound cake. And I can tell you that her lemon pound cake is good. I know this because I've eaten a lot of it, and I'm not really a big sweets person. But so my mom's lemon pound cake is going in the recipe book. If I can get Afro-Man's mom's lemon pound cake if I can get the recipe, I will also put it into the recipe book. And so there'll be 2 competing lemon pound cake recipes. And, it'll be a thing there. Luna Dewdrops, Runkle, you're awesome as always and appreciated very much. Cheers. Thank you so much. Jarn the Lich says, words. Thank you. I suspect that was a gold super chat. Candy Marie, having to listen to this, even I need a drink. That poor man shouldn't have been asked most of these questions. I mean, most of the questions were just, isn't it sad? And it's like, no shit. No shit. Candy Marie, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. YSL, motion for 1.5 speed for everyone's mental health. We did 1.25. So, Sue, thank you for becoming a member. Much appreciated. Unruly Julia, I'll cheers you with my Gatorade and energy drinks since I'm at work. Fair. Fair. What is it? One for when you got high. Yes. What do you call it? I do have this. I'm not going to use it because I got to drive in like an hour or so. But that's my go-to. What do you call it? That's my go-to consumption method when I'm not just taking capsules of CBD. JJ, have a drink for you and one for me too. The internet outage got me catching up. Glad to have you here. Harbinger of imminent death. Watching your trial recaps has ruined me forever being a juror. Your Honor, can we put the witness on 1.5 speed? Yeah, I actually, if they brought me in to be a juror, I would probably be like, look, I have attention deficit real bad. I'm going to lose focus. Hog Banana, no, it's weird to me that if the defense is conceding the facts of the event, the prosecution is left to prove the sanity of the defendant. Am I lost? The defense or the prosecution apparently has refused to accept it. You have a cookbook. Thank you for my gifted. The cookbook is not out. I'm still working on it. So what the cookbook is going to be is I do fundraising for Extra Life each year. And this year, my goal is high. I'm hoping to get to like 118,000 raised. It's going to be an epic quest because honestly, not a lot of people have money. I feel like it gets harder each year to do the fundraising, which, is kind of a challenging thing, but, yeah. So the goal is $110,859 US. Right now we're at $1,000. People are hurting financially, so I get it. It's going to be hard to get people to donate to all of that, but it's a goal. If I hit that goal, if we raise $110,000 on the Extra Life fundraiser, then we will collectively be at $500,000 US raised. And so, I mean, that's a huge thing. $500,000 would be just such an insane thing. And I am hoping that once we get to the $500,000 goal, well, you know how it is. We move the goal. We push the goal up to $1 million. And yeah, that's kind of the goal there. I would love to one day be able to be like, I raised $1 million. Do corporate matching funds count? Yes, if you can manage to get corporate matching funds. I got Reddit to chip in one year. Reddit chipped in 20 grand. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what we can do. And yeah. Tide notes, if you want to offer for items for donation, there's a link. So yeah. Big goal. Michigan Farm Boy. I suppose the state may be saying that she was doing everything the same as when she wasn't harming the kids, but come on. Yeah, it feels really stupid. I'm just going to note, at the end of the day, I will probably raise more money for charity. And I say probably because I don't know what I'm going to raise for the charity, but I hope, than I make myself in a year on the YouTubes. And I'm okay with that. Like, it's that's just how we're going to be, right? And yeah. That's the goal. I want one day to be able to say I raised $1 million. Runkle of the Bailey. So Depp versus Heard muffins will be included. Oh shit! I'm wondering if I can. I wonder if I can reach out. I'm gonna have to figure out the name of that expert. I'm gonna reach out and ask her if she will offer her muffin recipe. It's a good idea. Prosecutor has been dubbed Nestor Jr. by me. Oof. SoCal Mama, thank you for covering this. Wasn't sure if I could watch, but I trust your coverage to be fair, and I love the crew in your chat. Please cover more if you can. I will have to see. The biggest factors are A, it makes me sad, and B, her hubby bought them. Okay. And B, right now I'm dealing with flood shit, so it is what it is. So I may not have the time there. Not superstitious, but with the bog car and swamp house, don't invite bad news announcing early. Also, you're copying the streaming vault. I don't know what the streaming vault is, but Dragons 5th regeneration for the goal. Also, your next mattress should be a sleep number if you and Mrs. Runkle differ on soft versus firm. I have back spine issues too, and it's been a game changer for me. We didn't go with a sleep number. Mrs. Runkle and I are close. And so when I say close, I mean, Mrs. Runkle likes a little bit firmer than I do, and I like a little bit softer than she does, but there is a range that works where we both like it. And so we managed to find one that goes for us. So when you buy a Tesla, you don't have to deal with salespeople. Absolutely the best buying experience. I don't have the money for a Tesla, and Tesla is kind of unpopular here in Canada. But the big thing is, I mean, Teslas are fucking expensive. Like, guys, I'm just gonna say I live fairly modestly. And I mean, my big goal is, bigger house at some point. But I mean, I just I don't tend to buy fancy shit. I missed what happened to your car. The car is still alive, so it's still fine. But I just got to figure everything out, and all right, let's see what else we got here. 7 more super chats. Electric cars are so fast, or there's no spool up of the engine when you step on it. I love driving my mom's Hyundai. One of the things we're planning on doing is when we build the new house, we're going to put in a charging setup. So we're going to wire it for fast charging. Against the Tide, please like to help Runkle reach his pro bono goals. Thank you so much. Good morning from Maastricht, the Netherlands. I've never been to the Netherlands, but I want to go so bad. I really do. One day I would love to be able to go and do like a proper tour of Europe. If I ever get to the point where I don't need a job other than YouTubing, I will probably at some point go and I will probably go and just be like, all right, I'm gonna stay at inexpensive places. I'm gonna travel around. I'm gonna visit people. I would love to go and do meetups across the US. An amazing thing would be to do a 50-state meetup thing and be like, I'm going to do a meetup in every state and just drive an RV around. And, but I don't know how practical that is. It's probably one of those goals that I just can't make work. Minty Fret, thank you for your insights. I learned so much. Thank you so much. Light Queen says, hello from Vancouver Island, Canada. I haven't been to Vancouver Island in forever. Apocalypse DOA, hello. I also live in Wazilla. Fair enough. Beth loves things. Oh, wow. I'm over 3 years. Cheers. Cheers. Marmar says, I'll help fundraise with some needle felt items. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Your needle felting is amazing. Jiggle Hug says, one of the many reasons we love you is your modesty. I mean, I'm just a guy. I got lucky. I did not mean to, I never meant to have a YouTube channel. So you're too old for hostels. You're not wrong. But I would just cheap flats. What do you call it? Michigan Farm Boy. Nick's streaming room is a gun vault that was in the house when they bought it. He converted it to use as a streaming room. I mean, I am going to use the gun vault as a gun vault. So, that's the plan. What is it? You and EDB are the same. Not sure what that's referring to, but yeah. All right. Let's wrap things up here, I think. And what is it? I really want to thank you guys. It is amazing to have to have you guys all there. CB Fixes All. Did you decide if you have to sell the property yet? Not yet. We haven't made that call yet. I probably can't service 2 debts, if that makes, so I either got to get the land paid off, which, is a whole fucking adventure. And by adventure, I mean money. So either I have to pay the land off and then save some money for a, what do you call it? and then, save some money for the down payment. Or I got to sell the land and then use the money for the, what do you call it? Use the money for the down payment and so forth. I don't know which way to go yet. But yeah, I got to figure all that out. Anyway, loan mortgage. Yeah. I gotta do all that math. It's tough, right? I just don't know where I'm at there. So, what is it? If the announcement affords more streaming time, hopefully that helps finances. I can tell you, it may or may not. I'll let you know. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. I hope you found this to be interesting or educational. I am so lucky to have you guys here. Really, I am. Like, just absolutely. You guys are the best chat. I know everybody says that, and I mean, I don't think most people are correct. I think, I am really lucky to have you there. And yeah, I just, I don't know. Yeah. Would it be better to sell the house and build on the land? There's problems with that. There's difficulties with that. So I don't know. Anyway, yeah, the goal at the end of the day is, I want to be able to do some good with all of this, and we'll see. I don't want to get it too far into it. I'm gonna spoil myself if I keep talking. So, good night, everybody. I'm gonna do some more work around here and then head back to where I'm staying, and I will see you guys all later. So thank you, and see you soon.